How are you guys? I'm back. I am no longer sick. Well, let's say I'm no longer that sick. um, Sorry for not streaming on Tuesday. I was feeling quite miserable. Lols, welcome in. Thanks for the troll. I was just testing my mic. I wanted to make sure I had it removed, and I wanted to make sure it was the right mic. But you caught it. You caught the unmuted background noise. I apologize. How are you doing? How are you doing? Hey, I'm back as well. Welcome in, Wonder Wonka. Hi. Guys, my mods are back. Who would have thunk? That surgery gave me a magic hearing. Yeah, how are you doing after the surgery, man? Are you feeling better yet? I hope it wasn't too bad. Yeah, let's give you some updates. You might be like, Lioness, is your background differently? And I'd be like, yes, well, you noticed. I've got a tree here now. I had to move the rats because they kept destroying all of my plants, so they're over in that other corner now, where they can't get to my plants and destroy them all. So no more rats directly in the background, but we got this nice tree here now. And you know, they'll still come over and we'll still have them on stream. They just won't be right there anymore. Definitely, that was like 2 months ago now. Healed within a week. 2 months ago already? Oh man, dude, time passes way too quickly. I vaguely remember last time we talked, you were like, oh, I'm off to the surgery. It hurts my brain that was 2 months ago. Great to see you today. Thank you. I'm glad that you are well. I'm glad that you're all healed back up. And glad that you're here today. I finished, let's see, other life updates. I was really productive today. I was feeling miserable, kind of, halfway. I can always, my stomach is really upset from, being sick. And so I'm really hungry most of the time. But then when I eat, I kind of want to throw up. So I'm like, do I want to go hungry or do I want to feel nauseous? And it's like, decisions. Hey, G Fairy. That is a new emote. Cheer. It's a G Fairy cheer. That's so cute. I love it. Very pink. Very pink. Oof, eat bland things. I don't really have any bland things at home. I also then I kind of then go too hard on the food, and then it's a problem. I know. Anyways, when I wasn't feeling nauseous today, I was very productive. I did my laundry. I did the dishes, and the kitchen is cleaned up now. My apartment is somewhat clean. I got a bunch of work done. I did some insurance stuff. Ugh, guys, I hate insurance stuff. I hate being an adult where you have to do taxes and insurances and stuff. It's like, why do I have to deal with this? Why can't other people do this? I don't know. Somebody else do insurance things. I'll never get sick. It's fine. Yeah, but I figured it out. I did that today. Being an adult sucks. It sometimes does, right? Sometimes you're like, gosh darn taxes. But then, you get to do your own shit. You have your own apartment, that sort of stuff. It's kind of nice too sometimes. Adulting definitely sucks. Yeah. The process toward adulting, the transition from not having to deal with all this stuff to suddenly having to deal with all of it, and school and your entire growing up experience never prepping you for any of it. That part sucks. Definitely. Lol, yeah, fuck insurance. You're right, Wonder Wonka. Screw them all. But yeah, it's fine. Insurance stuff is done. I am fine. Got some time to relax. Got some time to play video games in the last couple of days. Watch some movies. I started the new, what is that? Ride games. The Arcane. It's called Arcane, right? That series, pretty good. Really nice animations, gotta say. Haven't finished it yet, so no spoilers, but I got a little bit in. And I finished the spreadsheet. that is another thing I did. So let me show you what the spreadsheet looks like. Gosh, I would say happy Thanksgiving to all of you, but I think most of you aren't American. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be here, right? You'd be celebrating Thanksgiving. Okay, let me see if I can get my new. Why won't you let me have the sheet? Can you let me have the sheet? No. Okay, well, thanks for nothing. American Back Thanksgiving is getting a skip this year. I'm working. Definitely not Thanksgiving for me. Aw, lols. Why would you skip Thanksgiving? Isn't that a fun holiday? I mean, yes, weird history and whatnot, but it is still like a national holiday in the US, right? Like, why are you skipping it? I'm working, definitely not Thanksgiving for me. Yeah, G-Fairy. Same here, no Thanksgiving for me. All of my work colleagues are off, so I kinda-ish get a break, but all the people working for me aren't, so I still have to be on. So it's like, yeah, sorta win. Not quite. I'm trying to get my... There it is. I don't know what the frick you're doing. Oh, God. Guys, I'm struggling. Hold on a second. It's happening. It's happening. I got the sheet up. Wait, now my camera's gone. Why is my... What? Gee. Jesus. The sheet. Da, 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 da. Short form of the story. Wife was here and family was all coming here, but her GPA had a heart attack and the whole family went that way instead. You had no dog today, so you stayed behind. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope her grandpa's okay. Yeah, oh, that sucks. Okay. I thought it was more by choice, but no, that sounds pretty bad, man. You get to celebrate with your dog. I suppose that's not the worst. He's doing just fine, had a quadruple bypass and is recovering. Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, let me tell you about the sheet, guys. Can I put this over here? So I have completed the sheet. It has everything we need on there right now except for plastic and rubber, which is a circular system where the plastic feeds back into the rubber with the recipes. So I kind of skipped over that for now, but we'll deal with it when time comes. So I think we got about this-ish far last time when we did it on stream. But I've been working on it in the meantime, and I've added the magnetic field generators over here. For reference, this is always a per minute number everywhere. And then anything that's in blue like lines is stuff that I have elsewhere on the sheet. So for example, let me see, the quick wire, for example, is not just the quick wire we need for AI limiters. It is the quick wire we need for, I don't know why I'm not signed in. Oh, whatever. It is the quick wire we need for AI limiters, plus the quick wire we need, let me see where it is. Somewhere down here. I don't know. Somewhere else on the sheet, we also need quick wire. Here, for example. It's also the one we need for the computer. So it's all calculated together already, meaning that in total, we're going to need 1,080 iron ore, for example, per minute. So we're going to need, to calculate how many miners that's going to be. Then we're going to put those up. And we're going to decide case by case, I think, on which parts of the sheet are going to be outsourced into our smaller kind of outpost bases and which parts of it are going to be in the main base. Anything that's like an assembler or above is definitely going to the main base. Anything below might or might not be outsourced depending on where we need the resources. So for example, copper sheets, definitely going to be outsourced, etc. Deuterium ingots, we can outsource those. But the quick wire production, because it requires deuterium ingots and copper ingots, we might have that in the main base, meaning that we're going to ship copper ingots and deuterium ingots to the main base. And if we're already shipping copper ingots to the main base, we might as well make copper sheets at the main base. So this is kind of how the process of how we're going to decide what's going to be where. Then down here we have our nuclear spaghettos. Those are pretty fine. I decided, the only thing I wasn't quite sure about was the fused modular frames. I decided on the standard recipe because that one uses nitrogen gas. The other recipe uses nitrogen, nitric acid, I think. And that stuff is a pain in the butt to create. And requires like a whole separate blender process or something like that. So I was like, nope, don't want to deal with that. We're going with the easy recipe. It doesn't matter if we have to make a couple more machines to get that done. But that's basically it. Yeah, this is the whole thing. Now we just need to build it. Before we can get into the building, though, I wanted to make sure that we have everything unlocked because there's still a couple of tiers of things that we don't have unlocked yet. So I was gonna jump into the game and get those going. Which is, I already got the update. Update 5 is out officially now, which is very nice. What do you mean launch game as soon as it's ready? Didn't I update this game yesterday? What are you doing? It's still updating? Okay. All right. There's a little bit more to update, apparently. It seems like they just had a new update today. Yeah, it seems like they released a little bit of a patch there. Okay, hot minute. That's fine. Water Buffalo. Hi, how's it going? How are you doing today? Are you celebrating Thanksgiving? Or are you watching streams instead? That's the wrong question to ask here. I know. I also got some chocolate, guys. All the Americans will be jealous right now because I have the child chocolate. The best of the best. I just dropped it. Fuck. 1 sec. Canada has Thanksgiving in October. Oh, right. You guys are like done with your Thanksgiving already. You're like way ahead of the rest of the world. The rest of the world's like, Thanksgiving. Well, the rest of the world being America. And you guys are like, Thanksgiving is so last month, gee. Why do you have different dates for it, but call it the same holiday? That is interesting. I wish I knew more about history to know answers to questions like that. I don't. Don't actually know the answer to that? Yeah. I mean, the Thanksgiving, quote unquote, holiday is a thing that exists in multiple cultures, right? Like the concept of it being a sort of harvest festival in like fall or late fall. That's a thing that exists in multiple cultures. So it might just be that the word Thanksgiving is something that like has transferred over, even though it's a different-ish holiday. But I don't know if Canadians celebrate Thanksgiving the same way Americans celebrate too. Do you? Canadians, do you celebrate the same way the Americans celebrate? Or do you have different traditions as well. Ice chocolate is great. I love it. Okay, we're patching now. I think that's on my drive. Yeah, it's installing stuff. Okay. Why does it have to reinstall the entire game when the patch is only 6 megabits? Does that make sense? Sort of. Big turkey dinner, hanging out with family. Okay. I mean, that sounds like essentially the same. Maybe turkey is just a popular food everywhere. But we don't eat turkey for our Thanksgiving. Like, we have a Thanksgiving-ish holiday in beginning of November. And we eat goose for that, not turkey. Kurt, hi! Hope you're feeling well. Thank you. I am feeling a lot better. I'm feeling better enough to stream, I will say. How are you doing? How's life going? We're just waiting for the patch right now. We have ham a lot of times for it too. Okay. So maybe the turkey thing is just a globalization thing, where, because everyone's doing it, eventually you end up doing it too. And maybe that's because the holidays call it the same thing. Alright, yeah, I saw that patch today too. Took a while. Yeah, I already spent like almost an hour patching the game yesterday and downloading the new patch. And then I never actually got around to playing it because I was waiting for it to patch for so long that then I ended up just watching a movie instead. But now there's a new patch. More patching. It's fine though, we're almost done. Could just be because I have some Ukrainian in my background too. Maybe. I'll have to look this up after stream. The more you know. Okay, we're doing the game, guys. It's happening. It's happening! By which I mean it's loading! To be honest, I don't really celebrate any holidays. Some of it is that my family's spread out all over the place, and the other part is I don't really care to celebrate them. Okay. Is this game really loud right now? Because it sounds really loud on my end. Is that better? It's making weird sounds. Well, it might just be my speakers. Why not though, Buffalo? I think it's a nice thing to celebrate holidays, even if you don't care for maybe the particular, tradition that you're celebrating or... Okay, can we get a game up here? Let's see. Guys, I swear my computer is trying to screw me over today. There we go. We got a video game up. Now let me grab some music. Did you guys hear the weird humming in the background, or is that just on my end? It's like... You know that sound? How dare your computer try to steal that job from us? Yeah, Jesus. That's not your job, computer. That's what I have chat for. I'd really like for that humming to be gone. That's a really obnoxious sound. It doesn't seem to be the game, though. You guys can't hear it, can you? Seems to be just the opening menu. You do? Okay, okay, so I'm not just going insane. No, it's still here. Why am I flying? Oh. Hold on a sec. I don't hear it. I heard it for a moment. Yeah, I know I am crazy, but... Okay, if you guys can't hear it, then it's fine. I'm just going to turn my speakers off. Let me know if something about the music is way off. And I'll just live with no sound. Sound is optional. I won't be able to hear the beeping if we're dying, so you need to warn me about that. AF Gas. I hear smooth jazz. That is the way to go. If you hear smooth jazz, then I have done my job right. Welcome in also. How are you doing? Okay, so stuff. Let's unlock a bunch of milestones first. So we're gonna grab some of the... Guys, we have a hover pack now. Look at us. Look at us hover! It's so good! I still think you need to goat scream for us to use scream when you need to eat. Oh, goat scream. Let me write that down. That's not a bad idea. I've been thinking about what other sound effects I can add other than the TTS, and a scream command is not at all a bad idea. I will look into that. One does not simply hover into Mordor, but with this hover pack, one might just hover into Mordor. That's how good it is. Look at it. Look at what we can do. Just go wee, up, down, left, right. Where is the... Okay, so it's a little... Oh no, I was gonna say it's a little slow forward, but it's not. It's just that... We don't have any reinforced iron plates. Gosh darn it. It does seem to have a lot of fuel. I think it doesn't need fuel from what I understand. From what I understand, it works through your electric lines. So as long as you're near your own electric lines, it doesn't need fuel. It's fueled by those. That's what the little icon on the left is for. Yep, no fuel, just electric. Exactly. So the jetpack that we had before, that one requires fuel. But the hover pack does not, which is great. Gas, is it your first time in? How'd you find the stream? How'd you get here? Also, if you don't want me to ask you lots of questions, let me know. I'm just a curious person, and so I will quiz you on everything. Okay, we just need 100 more of these, then we got our logistics, which is nice. Because then we finally have our final form conveyor belts, which is what we're gonna need to build the bus, quote unquote, in our main factory. So the plan for our main factory is to have a large central conveyor belt system. It's not gonna be just one, it's going to be a lot of conveyor belts actually, that is going to sort of go in a circular order. I'm gonna call that the bus, and then all resources are put on those conveyor belts when they arrive, and then are gonna be taken off the conveyor belts, sort of right, left, to like create new resources with, and then those are shipped back on the conveyor belt. So everything's kind of in that circular bus, and for that we're gonna need our Mach 5 belts, because we have a bunch of resources that need multiple belts to work. Okay, we need more screws. Can we make screws? I think I can, right? Yeah, let's make our own screws then. Sorry that I have to craft all of this. As mentioned before, my production line's a little behind. I should probably leave the game on after stream today to run for a couple of hours, just so the production line can catch up and we don't have to wait for all of the resources as we start into the building phase. And into the building phase we will go. Guys, there's so much construction that we have coming up. It's kind of insane. Like this big factory project that we're working on, it's going to be huge. Like it's going to be absolutely massive. I am super excited for it though. I think it's going to be super, super cool. I haven't fully decided yet on what it's going to look like, the main factory. All we know for now is that it's going to be on the cliff face. So I want it to be kind of like a hanging, sort of hovering factory that's coming out of the cliff face that's like northeast, I believe, of here. And I think that's going to look super hella cool. Then the question is just kind of, what then? Like, do we have it be smaller, separate buildings? That would be an option, such that we could, for example, make it look like a kind of city that's coming out of the cliff face. Like, imagine that if every sub part of the factory where we put machines and stuff was a little separate building. Then we could have all of these little buildings sort of hanging from the cliff face. I think that would be super cool. We could also make it just one giant floor, which would obviously make things a lot easier. Because we don't have to move resources up and down and around. That's gonna get real messy. But I kind of like the idea of having it all be separate parts. Okay, I think we have enough plates if we just make these. No, stop making screws. I get it. We have enough screws. Cease the screwing around. So that would be maybe an idea. What other ideas have I had for my factory? Multi-flooring is always a little tricky. I learned a cool idea from another stream. They do 2 logistics floors between each regular floor. One floor belts go east-west and the other north-south. Okay, okay. So that basically just avoids that you have to crisscross belts a bunch, right? The thing is, if we end up building against a cliff face for our project, then what we would want to be doing, ideally anyways, is have it be 2D for the most part, with sort of the main belt being against a cliff and kind of like, you know, if this is the cliff face, the main belt will be here, kind of in a loop. And then the buildings would be sort of around it, quite literally, and then out. Such that the belting systems always run along the cliff face, up and down. And then we wouldn't have to do too much like east-west going. So I think with that setup, that would be a little easier to do. That's just one idea. Okay, let's launch this bad boy. Let's see what else we got here. A hazmat suit. Oh, that would be so convenient. Wait, no, the hazmat suit is not what I'm thinking. The hazmat suit's for nuclear stuff, right? We don't really need that yet. That's not needed yet. Ooh, drones, guys. Drones, though. Okay, this needs the radio control unit. And a bunch of aluminum. Okay, we have a bunch of aluminum on us. Do we have enough to make aluminum parts with? We need copper ingots for that. So do you already have a plan on how you're going to start off your mega factory? Just in my head for now. So this is the cliff face that I was talking about. I want to build along that, basically. I don't really have a plan for how we're going to start. I mean, we've already started, quote unquote, with this side factory that we have here. So this is what the outposts are going to look like. Time to bust out the graph paper. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Brzezinski. Brzezinski. I'm going to get your name right one day. But no, we haven't really gotten into how to do trains yet. So I don't even know how to get my resources to the factory yet. And I think first I'm going to actually build the factory. And the belt, once the belt is there, then we can... Brzezinski. Hello and happy Thursday. Welcome in, Archon. How's it going? So yes, we're gonna start with the center part and the belt. That is kind of the important part because that is where all the resources are going into and out of. So we're gonna need to start with that. For which we need to calculate how many resources are going to be moving around in our factory, so we roughly know how many belts are going to be part of that. Once we have that, we're going to probably start with the main train station, where all of the trains are going to come into. I always want to press shift to descend, but it's not shift. Because that one is going to be huge. They're large and important to plan around. Exactly. They're going to be large, they're important to plan around, and it's where all of our resources are going to come in. So unless we have the resources, we can't then divert them from there, right? So that's kind of part one. Is that enough for like how to get started? Let's make some more sheets. And from the sheets, I think we can also make the casings after. Yeah. Actually, we can make the casings directly. That's nice. I did trains like a divided highway system. Worked okay, but I never did get path signals to work reliably. I think they're bugged. I am a little afraid of like path signals and that stuff, so if I can at all avoid it, I probably will. Okay, let's make a couple of these cases too. Do you need to know how big the factory is eventually going to be? No. And that's kind of why the belt system, the bus system is so good, because we essentially don't need to know how big the factory is going to be, right? Because we're just working with this bus, and we need to know a couple of things. We need to know approximately how many different resources and how much of it we want to move, but only approximately. And if we build it right, we can always add more to the bus later. Besides that, we don't really need to know anything, right? Because if we decide we want a computer factory, for example, then we can just go and divert all the resources we need off the bus, build a computer factory there, and then ship the computers back onto the bus. If we later decide, oh, we want a bigger or a different or a whatever computer, a second computer factory, for example, then we do the same thing. We divert all the resources off from the side, build our factory there, and then divert the computers back. So it's not necessary, which is nice. We need radio control units. I can probably just drop those into a manufacturer real fast. We don't have a manufacturer for those yet. And I'm not going to build one now, unless the game forces me to. We have this great system set up here, which makes stuff. I'm gonna just drop a... Oh, it's so convenient. Now I always have the high ground when I'm building. Oh, I love it. We need some motors, okay. Ended up getting my 60 trains to work reliable with block signals. Only took a 5-story train roundabout and some other ingenuity. Is that all to avoid having to use path signals? Gee, this requires a lot of motors. How many do we have? 150, 250. We need a couple more motors, okay. Well, that's fine. Too many trains for path signals to work the way I wanted it to. My idea ended up working better. Okay, no, that's fair, that's fair. Okay, so that's what we want. We drop this bad boy here. And we feed it, radio control units. We feed it some casing, some computers, and crystal oscillators. Oh, I don't have crystals. That sucks, I think. We're gonna have to track back to our crystal factory, guys. Okay. Because I need to make crystal oscillators and I don't have those on me. Okay, let's head to our crystal factory, which is this way, I believe. So now I can just... Oh, no, don't fall. Oh, Jesus. Now I can just fly along my power lines, right? If they're close enough together. Water. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. Man, trying to keep me alive and well. I appreciate it. Does this work now? Okay, yeah, that works. Let's get a little closer down here. Ooh, sweet, sweet. Look at how convenient this is. Ugh. You know you've done it right when you can plot down an engine anywhere, enter a destination, and get a bio while you travel knowing it will interrupt nothing. That sounds crazy to me. Wait, where did where did my power line go? I got distracted by reading chat. Sorry. There's the power line. There we go. Oh my god, my health. What the frick? Guys, why don't I have any food on me? What is my food situation right now? It's horrible. If anyone sees any food, let me know. I'm kind of, yes, this is safe. Don't worry about it, guys. Ooh. Ooh. Living on. Oh. Now that I know how the hover pack works, we'll probably build out power lines a little differently in the future to make the travel easier. And if we build them a little closer together, we should be good. Like we just have it just not close enough together to work well. That's okay. Okay. Sorry for the sidetracking here. It took us a little while, I remember, to find a way up this hill. So that's why we're going all the way round. Ugh, this is such convenient cliff scaling. Look at this. Food? Food. Don't mind me, just grabbing this. Oh! Up, quick. Quick! Quick! Okay. Short break while we grab some food. Sweet. Right, the poison, I remember. Can we circumvent that? So this is where we built our crystal, our temporary crystal setup. Everything after like tier 5 that I built, I believe, was more or less all temporary. AKA, I built it ugly. Knowing that I was gonna tear it down again soon. Okay, and then there's this fun guy who's like super lovely and likes us a lot. Okay, don't mind me. I'm gonna just steal some of that raw quartz and get all the way up here. Where is he? Where'd he go? Okay, I think he's gone. Oh no, he's still there. Cool. Don't mind me. Yeah, also ignore the absolutely ridiculous silicon escalator that I built here. Someone should tell him that it's COVID and then he shouldn't spit. Yeah, can you tell him that? I think he needs to know that. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here. Here, good spot. I think he can't reach me here. Okay, what was I? Let's look. Okay, we need these stupid quartz crystals. We probably need a lot of them. I discovered the hoverpack's safe, decent feature doesn't work after you land from leaving a power supply. With my face. Yes, so I actually built the hoverpack, and then about maybe like 4 minutes into using it, I dropped myself from the top of my factory and killed myself. So I understand what you're talking about there. The big brain Brzezinski, yeah. Still going for the pacifist route? Of course, Wonka, of course. Can't harm those poor creatures, am I right? Let's drop down a craft bench and like get some stuff going here. Okay. I want some of these quartz crystals. So we need to make 50... 50 of these, computer thingies. Radio control units, I believe they're called. How many quartz things do we need? Okay, we need 50 oscillators for that. Okay, that should be fine. We can do that. I don't have any reinforced iron plates. Gosh darn it! So about those poor creatures that were nesting where your production line is now. They can still nest there. It's a little loud around now, but that's fine. Don't worry about that. It's like Michael Whiston said, guns make you stupid, duct tape makes you smart. Duct tape makes you creative in fixing your problems, I imagine. Start a small factory for radio control units early. You'll be happy you did. I just had a few machines I dumped raw supplies in once in a while. I mean, it's what I'm trying to do. It's just... Yeah, I will do that. I think we're going to need a bunch more of them. So... Burn notice. That was years ago, man. Fun show. I did not know that. And now we're out of iron plates, so we are out of everything here. That's fine, that's fine. Let's just make some quartz crystals. We only need 50 crystal oscillators, so that's not too bad. We can get the plates when we're back home. Let me do some quick math. Times 40 times like 25. We need about 900 quartz crystals for what we're going to do. Jesus, that's so many quartz crystals. Ugh. Such a crime we never got a burn notice in the GTA engine. As a game or an animated series. Can somebody tell me what burn notice is? I have never heard of it, and I would like to be in on the fun that you guys are discussing here. A TV show about an expelled spy. Okay, okay, gotcha. I've never seen that show before, pretty sure it's never aired around here. If you don't know it, then it probably doesn't exist. That is fair enough. Fire! Fire! Scream? Too late? Yeah. I don't have any health. It starred a stuntman. Bruce Campbell is an ex-Navy SEAL. Okay, okay. Why can I not type today? Oh, that's okay. Destroying old sessions. So dramatic, gee. Why is the game so slow today? Feels slower than usual, I want to say. Okay, this is before I started crafting all the stuff, which is totally cool. Cool, 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 cool. Don't mind me. We're just going to actually take all the stuff and then leave. Oop, 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 oop. Don't mind me, don't mind me. Oh goodness, I made coffee 3 hours ago and never drank it. F. Ugh, that is the story of my life. Well, not with coffee, but with tea. But I can most definitely relate. How much quartz do we need? It's 5 to 3, so we need 100 divided by 3, 5. Oops. We need 1,500 quartz, guys. We'll be here for a while. Where's the fire dude? Just try not to get killed while I do this. This is producing it pretty quickly, so that's good. We could overclock these bad guys, can we? Yeah. Give me more quartz! Quartz me up! Lol, just quick load to the coffee? Ah, you've got it figured out. That is so smart. Yeah, why don't you just reload when you still had coffee? Do you have the parts to Mac to them? I probably do, but not on me right now. They don't also need to be Mac 2 for general production purposes. I'm gonna reheat it and go for it. Yeah, I wish I had a good way to reheat my tea, because I don't have a microwave or anything. So if I want to reheat tea, I need to like get out a pot and then like put it in the pot, and then there's a separate pot that you need to wash, and it's just so inconvenient. Whereas I guess coffee is more convenient for that, because you can just literally like reheat it in the coffee machine, right? Okay, this is fine. We're gonna have crystal soon. So, 8. We got 800 already. Boop, boop, boop. Wait, how can you live without a microwave? It's like $100. I don't have space for a microwave in my kitchen is the thing. I live in a one-person apartment, which is like fairly small-ish, and there just ain't no space for a microwave in my kitchen. Like, I wouldn't know where to put it. So I don't have one. And it's fine for the most part. Like, I have an oven, I can heat stuff up fairly easily. It's okay. I learned to make tea in mason jars, so much easier to clean than a teapot. Ooh, that would be so convenient, yeah. I have a couple of mason jars, but none that are, like, tea friendly. But yeah, you can just drop those in the well, I drop all of my pots in the dishwasher. Screw washing your dishes by hand. 10, 1100. Okay, 400 more. We got this, guys. Mason jar. A mason jar is like it's a brand of glass jars that is kind of like a standardized glass jar size, basically. We're just playing hide and seek with this guy at this point. Where'd he go? Can't find me. Can't catch me. I think he keeps disappearing. That or I'm blind. Oh, he's back there. There he is. Reinforced to stand up to canning pressures. Yes. Yes, they're reinforced, they're pretty heavy. They're kind of what you would see a white girl eat, like, overnight oats out of. That's what they are. And they're one of the, like, white girl cultural aspects that I actually think is really cool. Like, I like mason jars a lot. Okay, so we have 2... 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12. Just for a second. I let him out of my eyes just for 1 second. 14. 14 indeed. Okay, where is he? Bad boy. Okay, he's over there. What the, how did that hit me? That was through the machine. Cheater? Did you see that? What? That's illegal! What the hell? Don't lol me, lols! That's not okay. Are there 2 of them? I don't think so. There might be. There was one behind me? Where is he? Where is he? I don't think so. I think it was the guy who shot me through the machine. Ghost through the machine, as they say. Ah, It's fine, guys. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I've got it under control. We just won't check how much we have yet. Stretch? Kurt, if I stretch right now, it's going to murder me. Watch out, there's an enemy there. Thank you. I would have never noticed. Thank you so much for pointing that out. Oh, he's coming for me! Where did he go? Okay. Okay, we're fine. Stretch time! Ooh. Oh. Nice. Oh, okay. I feel better now. Where is he? Over there. Okay. Okay, let me count again. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Okay, we have enough. Let's grab this and go. Bye, asshole. Okay, should we... I also wanna... If we're already up here. I'm mad at you? Why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything. I do not feel at fault here. I'm also going to track up to our aluminum... Ooh, that was close. Our aluminum factory real fast. Trying not to get myself poisoned in the process. It's fine, guys. The amusement I gained from your pain and suffering made me snarf my coffee. Well, you deserve that. Can't say it any other way, I'm afraid. Poison, 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 poison. We're fine. Slug. Oh my god. Nope. 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 I take it back. I don't want a slug. I don't want it. You can keep it. It's fine. Keep it. Keep it. That spider spawned in there real conveniently. Jesus. Okay. Spawned last second? Yeah. It was like the area wasn't fully loaded yet and then just went like, boop, you forgot about the spider. This is why I stuck power poles on top of lookout towers out here in the boonies. That is so smart. See, if I was that smart, then we wouldn't be in this situation. Yeah, I can't take a lot of this, but I'm going to need a little bit more of it. Let's see, what can we drop? Copper sheets, we have lots of those. These 4 crystals. Just a little bit of fuel that we don't really need fuel that much anymore, right? I could drop that off at the base. Trying to get a couple more stacks of this stuff because we're gonna need it when we go back. Can I use the fuel in the truck system instead of solid biofuel? Does that work? That should work, right? If I can, that would be very convenient, and I know where I'll drop it off. Yes. Sweet! Okay, then let me drop. I'm gonna do a crafty thing real fast. This song slaps, guys. Let's drop this wire. There we go. We're gonna make a little bit more casing. We're probably gonna need it, and it's slightly more storage efficient than just the raw material. Sometimes the jetpack is more convenient than the hover pack. Yeah. I will save some of it and also drop a little bit of it, I think. Oh, that's the theme song to Mario Odyssey. That's what that is. I was like, I know this song. Somehow. I don't know how, but I know it. Odyssey. Okay, we can drop those. We'll make a couple more of the sheets as well. What would you say are your top 5 games of this year? Phew. Let's see. Top 5 games that came out this year or that I played this year? Because there are plenty of games that came out this year that I didn't play, so that's kind of hard to say. But for the ones that I actually played, I think Transista was really, really good. I played and loved the shit out of that. Let's see. I mean, obviously Satisfactory has got to be up there. I really enjoyed this. I love the shit out of Hades, so I think those would be my top 3 that I played this year. I've synced endless hours into all of those, except for Transistor. I just played that once, but it's a play once kind of game. Besides that, oh, a game that I really enjoyed but didn't actually play myself is I watched one of my favorite streamers play Pokemon Rocket Edition, Pokemon Red Rocket Edition, which is a ROM hack to Pokemon Fire Red. in which you play as Team Rocket. And it's kind of telling you the story of like Team Rocket and how they got screwed over by it's basically doing a retelling of the story from Rocket's perspective. I don't want to spoil anything, but it is fantastic. It looks like it might have been incredibly funny to play. I didn't actually play it myself, but I just watched someone. Did they have a bad childhood? Yeah, I mean, you play as one of the grunts that is basically... Okay, how do we get back down here? How do we get out? That is basically working his way up the ranks. They're not questioning sort of your background story per se, but more of the general. No. Oh, thank you. Thanks for saving me. But more of the general, like, how does all of Pokemon Fire Red look like from Team Rocket's perspective? And I think they did an incredible job of that ROM hack. It's a really fun retelling of the story, basically. So if you have a bunch of time, I'd recommend that. Again, I haven't played it myself, and there are some parts of it that are apparently a little poorly done or kind of offensive, I want to say. But the main storyline is really good and fun. It's like Pokemon, but with blackjack and hookers. What was the title again? Pokemon Red Rocket Edition, I think is what it's called. The ROM hack. Again, take it with a grain of salt. Some parts of it are a little questionable. But in general, it seemed like a really fun game. Yeah, I've also done a good amount of Pokemon content this year, which was all very fun. I did actually enjoy Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon quite a lot. Oh god. Oh, they're so horrifying. Stay away from me. Stay away from me! I think that was actually a really good Pokemon game. Like, it was wonky as frick. I don't have any space in my inventory. For a Pokemon game, it was kind of out there. Like, it had, like, weird dimensional travel and, like, a lot of dark themes in there. But kind of fun. And the fact that it didn't have gyms, but these trials instead, made it interesting. Like, a new style for Pokemon games, I think, that I hadn't really played before. So I actually enjoyed that quite a lot. Need to switch over here real fast. I did also play... What the frick? What was I doing here? Death Stranding? I didn't finish it, but I did enjoy it. It was wild. Like, as wild a game as any I've ever played, but... I think it was good. It was very beautiful with really good music. I think that was also a pretty good game. Kojima's pizza delivery sim? Exactly. He makes wild games, I will say. Cannot disagree with anyone that says he's a little crazy when it comes to video games, but it was good. Like, somehow it ended up being good. And really interesting, so it's oddly relaxing to just be wandering through the landscape like that. I enjoyed the little bit of it that I played. Okay, we're back, guys. We're back to the factory with good power access. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, where were we? We need some more of this, and we need crystal oscillators. Right. Okay, before we do that, let me drop off some of our fuel, because it's in my way. I'm gonna keep one in our inventory just in case we need it. Like just earlier there. I'm thinking that we should probably build some sort of like power line highway between all of our factories. Maybe along the train lines when we get there. Because we're gonna want that, I imagine. Okay. Let me just hook this bad boy up real fast before I make more crystal oscillators. So I can at least get into building things. Train lines are power lines? Never mind my idea. They got me there. Alright, fine. Fine. Oh, this is full. I need power. Power me, please. There we go. Hover packable ones at that. Hell yeah. I had Hideo Kashima come up as a random name for a crewman in X4. Naturally, I trained him as a manager and put him in charge of a large space station called Kojima Productions. Very nice. Very nice. That is the way to go. Okay, we got the oscillators. This is going to take a hot second to build. In the meantime, we can make more oscillators. AKA, first, we need reinforced iron plates. Let's grab some of those real fast. Should be down here. Yeah, we grab these. Gimme plates. All mine. All mine. I know, guys. I'm a horrible belt sniper, and I'll admit to it. But I have no regrets. I'll belt snipe any day. If it's what needs to be done. And now we make 1,600 quartz crystals. We could have a machine do this for us. Hey, you machine. Okay. Why are you idle? This machine can't do that. I understand. Can it... Why? Why is this idle? Because it doesn't have copper ingots. Wait. Cool. That's fine by me. Oh, fine, I'll build one. Let's build a constructor here that does this. I'm too lazy to do it myself, guys. Which I guess is the right way of going about it. Make me quartz crystals, bitch. This is kind of the programmer's approach, right? If you're too lazy, you'll automate it instead, which is kind of bad, but also kind of good, because then, you know, you have it automated. Make me crystals. And make me crystals fast. Good. Okay. So So we don't need to make the crystals anymore. All we need to make is the oscillators now. Sweet. Actually, you don't need that storage container. I'm gonna take that. Don't mind me. Just leave it in the machine. It'll be easier to grab. Okay, and then we drop our oscillators in here, and that's our workflow process for a little bit now. Just a little bit. Kurt says approved. Very good, very good. Yeah, and we need the aluminum casings too. Quite a lot of them, actually. Can we make those here? No. This assembler is not helping me. So, what are we building towards right now? We are trying to unlock the milestone up here. Aeronautical engineering. We're trying to unlock all of the milestones such that we can then start building everything and have everything available, basically, for our main factory. That is what we're working toward right now. I broke down and set up production lines for beacons, noveliths, rifle cartridges, and filters. Saved a lot of frustration. Really? Even for rifle cartridges and filters? Okay, okay. Why did you... What did you need those for? Makes sense? Yeah. So, that is what we're trying to do. We're going to get into... And this doesn't have power. There we go. Mostly exploring and killing things. The thing I don't do. Oh. Seems useless to me. I don't see the use in any of that. Yeah, I think once we unlock this milestone, I'm gonna take another look at it, but we might be ready-ish to start on some aspects of the main factory. By which I mostly mean hovering in front of the cliffside and kind of pondering what we're going to build there. That's like the main, that's what that's gonna look like. You just use tickets for everything else? That's one way to go about it too, yeah. Okay, more control units. Ah, nice. Look at this automation, isn't it beautiful? Each container's worth of iodine-infused filters, though, they were vital for setting up and debugging the nuclear power plant. I am afraid of the words you used in that sentence, because I don't even know what any of these things are yet. I'm kind of afraid of nuclear power, I won't lie to you guys. Maybe afraid is the wrong word. Maybe I have deep respect for nuclear power, I'll say. Did I overclock this? I did overclock this. Nuclear power seems just so big and scary. Gonna grab a bit more cable. And a couple more iron sheets. Over here? Yes. I'm going to underclock this real fast. I don't need that many modular frames and I need more reinforced iron plates. Remind me that I underclock that, please, so I don't actually end up being like, where did all my modular frames go later? Because I can definitely see myself doing that. This is working. You can probably overclock this thing too. Do it, but do it faster. There we go. Sweet. All right, we already got 16 of them. That's not bad. I'm gonna grab some more motors in the meantime, which we're also gonna need to put in. I think that's about 300 of them. Ooh. This is popping off. There come the motors. Vroom, vroom. Okay. Let's see. Do we need... I'm going to skip over this. We don't need that yet. Do I need the advanced aluminum production yet for my factory? Like, what are the resource well extractors and pressurizers, and do I need them yet? I think I might need this though. Mach 3 miners? No, I can always upgrade later to Mach 3. I'll do it last? Okay, yeah. I can always upgrade to Mach 3 miners later. It's useful but not necessary, okay. And particle enrichment we're gonna need very late, so... I think we're just gonna unlock this and then start with the factory, guys. It helps you get geysers of water, oil, and nitrogen gas. Okay, yeah, but nitrogen gas and that stuff, we're only gonna need, like, pretty late-ish. So, we don't need to worry about that just yet. I'm so close to getting the hover pack. I finally unlocked aluminum last night. Ooh, that's exciting, J Fairy! That's so exciting! Go get him! Love that. Okay. We're also going to have something that makes us some more reinforced iron plates. I'm tired of handcrafting, guys. What do we need for those? Screws and steel plates. No, the plates are down here. Over here. That was too many. That was maybe one too many. And then the screws should be upstairs. Yeah, most of our screws are over here for some reason. Which I'll take. I don't mind taking that at all. Yes, bring them. Bring them to me. Give me your screws. I'm so close to Lurkin, be back. Alright, enjoy the lurk. Ooh, we might do an exclamation mark lurk command that says something like I am lurking. Should I do my own audio commands, or will that be creepy? Would you guys want to hear my voice more on stream? Is the question. Is that a thing you really desire, guys? I'm gonna set up one more constructor here. It's going to make some sheets for us. Ah, G-Fairy. Ah, you got me. Alright, sock time. If you're new to the channel, do not wonder what is happening. Everything is perfectly under control. This is normal. Don't you worry. Okay. So fun story, we got lulls with this so much he had to put a cooldown on it. With the socks? Wait, he added the socks to his thing as well? That is awesome. I have added a cooldown on it as well. You guys haven't hit. Ah, Wonder Wonka, no! No! Too many socks. Okay, hold on. I'll be back. I need more socks. Whoop! God, I almost died there. You should be happy that I did laundry today, because otherwise I wouldn't even have socks. Okay. So, okay. He added socks? That seems reasonable. It is very fun. Okay. I also realized I built a constructor when I needed an assembler, but that's fine. Okay, 2 pairs of socks. I can do this. We need a... Okay. Where is the assembler? There. Ugh, the assembler needs reinforced plates to make reinforced plates. This is a pyramid scheme, guys. Go down. This is fine. This is easy. Craft. Don't mind me. Don't mind me at all. See, this is what I have my mods for, am I right, Wanda Wonka? They just come in here, they sow chaos and destruction. And that's it. That's it. That's what you have mods for, guys. Remember. Okay. We have our own assembler now. And we're going to have it make reinforced plates. And then it needs power. I agree 100%. I know. I know you. I know you're just here to make everything harder on me. Nope. How did I open that? What is that? Oh, chat. Go away. What? 3 pairs? Is that what you want me to do? Is that what you desire, Wanda Wonka? I'm gonna run out of clean socks, guys. Fine, I'll be back. That's it. That's the last pair of clean socks I have. The rest is still drying and still wet. My hands are now sausages. Socked sausages. I can't even, okay. Are you happy? 5 minutes starts now. Alright. No, wrong button. There we go. Okay, it's making plates. I want to make those faster. This is so difficult. I hate you. Right! There we go. So you're saying that I shouldn't add to it? Archon, I don't have any socks left. Please have mercy on me. Oh god. Oh god, what have I done to myself? Thankfully, we're doing nothing difficult right now. I can still move. Nope, that was the wrong way. That's not where I wanted to go. Oh, okay. Down. I'm struggling. Okay. All I heard was a plea for help because our hands are freezing. So very cold. Absolutely so very cold. Nope, that's the wrong thing. I wanted to make these. Haha. I don't think I could play if I had any more socks on, I will say. Like, this is already the point where I can like barely dent one finger to like push buttons. It's not gonna be much better than that. Ah, so thoughtful. Yeah, Wonder Wonka always looks out for me. One might say. One might say that. He's truly a thoughtful person. Curse all of you. Oh, I was going to like swap tabs on my laptop and then I realized that I can't. It has a touchpad, guys. It just doesn't work with a touchpad. Too many socks. Okay. Put these in here and this in there. Okay, I'm gonna need 21 more radio control units? Is that what we're doing? How many do we have? 42. Oh, no, we just need 8 more. Oh, we're almost done, guys. Okay, then we can dismantle this bad boy again. My hands are sweating so bad right now. So bad. It is very warm with all these socks on. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? Okay, I think that's enough oscillators. Question mark. Yeah. Okay. It's getting really hot on my hands, I will say. It's just, like, 1 pair of socks or 2 is fine, but sweat is just skin tears of happiness for being cared for. You're a monster. Guys, I'm friends with a monster. And I didn't even know it. I can't move! Jesus. Okay, we don't need any more aluminum casing, I think. I'll just let this finish making radio control units, but we have enough to get the milestone, so let's do that. Yep, no! Wrong button! Ah! Well, that was a new sentence. Yeah, it's like, the English language is beautiful. Like, people can just create completely new sentences, right? Where was I? I wanted to do a cool, like, drop thing, and then that didn't happen. Wait, my reload? Wait, what do you mean? It's fine, guys. It's fine. Okay, well... Ah! Why reload? Yeah, that was my bad. But now I'm already reloaded, so it's too late. I didn't need to reload though, you're right. It's out of habit, basically. Reload is faster than the corpse run. Not by much here, but yeah. More oscillators. Okay, okay. I swear when I finish this milestone, I'm going to take these socks off and it will be the most beautiful feeling I have ever felt. There come my last 2 control units. It would be different if we could set up satellite respawn points. Ooh, that would be fun. That would be fun. Okay, we're going to try this again. Ah, see? I did it this time. No, down. Down. Am I pressing the right button? There we go. Down. Down. There we go. And launch! Socks off. Ah.
Milestone reached. Aerial transport.
Oh. Horrible, horrible, horrible. I'm saving up for blind gaming. Oh god. Oh no. I added that, but what did I do there? Now that I have Dixper installed, I have a chest of Blade Runners, jetpacks, Xenobashers, and inhalers at my hub. That sounds very smart. Maybe I should get myself a chest of inhalers at some point. If we ever do like more exploration, let's get some inhalers. Because I could really use some heals. Ah, my hands are like itching now. It's really uncomfortable. Stuff you do for me. To me. Stuff you do to me. Ew, I do have food here. I didn't know that. Aww. Oh, and some radio control units. Look at that. Let's eat. I think, guys, I think we're ready. I think we're ready to start picking a spot for the base. How do you guys feel about that? At least we can set up some power lines onto the cliff. So we can, you know, kind of get started on that. Well, we're just gonna start... Ouch. Oh, hi, Slug. Don't mind me. Master plan, launch. Indeed, indeed. It's time for the master... Oh, come with me. For the master plan to be launched. Oh, food. Hi, food. Oh, yeah, give me all those berries. We're gonna need them because realistically I'm going to like drop myself off a cliff at least twice trying to set this stuff up. And I'm saying there at least, really meaning it. Ooh, berries. Where was I? Power lines. Let's keep them coming. Last time I went all the way up this cliff, guys, I didn't have a hover pack yet, so I did that shit manually with a jetpack, bit by bit. And boy, was it annoying. I just built that into the cliff. Oops. Oops, my bad. Oof. I'm going to build up there for a second. Because I want... Let me build a power line up there. Please. Because I want to have a nice look over the cliff. Okay. Alright, so this is what we're working with here. Can I take... Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second, I'm trying to do a thing here. A smart thing. Okay, there we go. Hang on, hang on. Hang on. I have a plan. Why are you like this? This is horrible. I took a screenshot so I can draw on it. I know, guys, I know. Your brains are blown away right now by my ingenuity. It's okay. I'll be humble about it. Okay, so. Pen. Red pen. So, we're going to be building quite a bunch of smaller subparts to our main factory, I'm thinking. But this is the main part of the cliff, so there isn't really another part where we can divert to and from. Okay. So I'm thinking... It's hard to tell the scale of this, but our main bus could go something like over here. All the way until like this pillar here. Then down here. And back over around the cliffs here. What do you guys say? I think that's like a good... Here, let me move it up a bit so you guys can see. That's like a good spot that then covers sort of the entire cliff face. And then if we were to build factories out of that, we could do things like have one come off here and build a factory here, right? Have one go up here and build a factory on this cliff face here. Have one come up here and build a factory up here. Maybe even two. This is a pretty big open space. I think we should work around the waterfall because I think it'll look cool if the waterfall stays largely unobstructed. We could build up here. Have a little factory here. Depending on how much space we need, we could also build over here. But I don't know if we need that. No, go away. Undo. Undo. Why doesn't it have an undo button? Jesus. Looks good. I'm out. Have a good stream. Have a good night, Kurt. Have a good night. Thanks for dropping by. We could have one down here. I think that would be fun. And one down here. And then obviously we can go off into this direction farther. We could have one that's sort of on this cliff face right here. I'm going to go and put power poles on this entire space now. Kind of like I've drawn it here, such that we can then easily traverse the entire cliff face. We're going to start with that. And then we can see which spaces are biggest and smallest and where we have the most space to build what we need to be building. And potentially we can expand in the right side direction here farther if we need to. I don't know about that yet. Might also be able to like take down this forest for a factory. But I don't know about that. I'll put that as a question mark here. What do you guys think of the plan? That would be my current plan. If you build down into the void, you can build as big as you want under the map. Really? You can just keep building down there? That is insane. The space is beautiful for sure. I thought so too. I thought the space was really beautiful in a way that I thought would be worth like kind of working with the space to build a cool factory rather than just like flopping it on there. Let me go back to the game. If we can build big down there, that's extra convenient because we can like anything that requires like a ton of space, we can save for the bottom thing there to build down into the waterfall, which is really cool. I think... Oh, I forgot we're using a hover pack, guys. I forgot I don't know how to fly, gee. What was I thinking? Okay. We might be able to build the bus station, like... Oh, sorry, the train station now. Like here-ish. in this entire space, and then the resources come up here and into the bus. Might be worth plotting out the conveyors ahead of time for this kind of layout. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the conveyors are going to be plotted out first, before we do anything else. Well, we're going to start by getting power lines on there so we can move around, and then we're going to go from there. Or maybe up there would be a good spot for the train station. I'll have to look at it when we get there. It's kind of hard to tell how much space we're going to need for the train station. But I think the train station is going to be one of the larger things that we're going to be building in our factory. The second largest thing probably being like cable production and wires. I think we need about 40... What did I did the math. 40 constructors for cables. Ish. Something in that range. So that's going to be taking up quite a bit of space. Okay, let's get on down and over there then. Let me get down there. Or would you plot out something in more detail, Brzezinski? Is that what you were thinking? When you say plot, what kind of plotting were you thinking of? Am I gonna get up there? Yep. I tend to freehand the conveyors after spreadsheeting all the machines. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so if we're breaking it down into smaller sub-factories, I think it's going to be a lot more manageable, right? In that case, it's like, oh, we need 30 constructors building this, etc., etc. And then that's going to be relatively straightforward. I also already have vaguely an idea in mind of how the conveyor is going to connect to and from the main bus system and the factories. So, but I don't mind spaghetti. I'm more concerned about stoppages. Yeah, I think that's going to be fine. I think the bus system is going to largely take care of that. So I'm just looking at like what we drew on the sheet and how this translates into real world. I think up this side is going to be good. So I'm imagining like this cliff up here straight would be one of the let me just take this spaghetti-o that I placed onto that wall down here. And build something a little nicer. So roughly up here is where I imagine the conveyor belts to go. That is also where I'm going to put my power lines for now. It feels weird to like be traversing the cliff face like this, I will say. Okay, I'm trying not to fall off the cliffs here. But I think then up here and over would be good. Like about here. And then over this way. This is scary. Yeah. And then we have some space here where we can build kind of along horizontally. Be really cool if we can get part of it behind the waterfall. That might be asking for too much. Okay, let me go over there. I'm afraid of falling, guys. Don't look down, it's not that high. La 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 la. Okay. Over that way, and then through the waterfall over there. That seems fine. Just like that. No problemo. Looks kind of cool. It's going to be really cool to walk through when you... If I keep it open, which I think I might do for the bus, then you're going to be able to see the waterfall as you walk through it here. Which would be hella cool. Okay, and then somewhere over here, we're gonna go back down. Probably, like, down here. Yeah. Like this. And then in this crevice here, we're gonna go back down. That. I always think the game lags out or like stops when the autosave comes. It's horrifying. I'm like, no, don't leave me now. Okay, how low though? We said we want to build... Oh no. No. We almost died there. These trees are kind of in my way, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, let's go like... Yeah, I think a little lower and then over. Maybe that ledge there? How about that? That seems good. Oh, we could absolutely build behind the waterfall here. Check it out. That would be so cool. We should do that. Like this. And then we build along the cliffs up and over. Like that. This was about the height at which I wanted to build over. I'm gonna go with it. Like that. And so. No, don't drop me into the void. Oh god. Jesus Christ. Living on the edge. Oh god. Scary. It's scary. And then over this way. Or maybe we'll put another pole in between here. Just to be safe. What? There we go. That's kind of what I'm imagining. Let's go take a look at this from our point over there on the mountainside and see how we like it. The hover pack is kind of slow, isn't it? Or am I imagining that? Feels oddly slow at times. It's running speed? Yeah, but without the boost, right? Of the... what are they called? The Blade Runners? Which means it's kind of slow. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think that was exactly what I was imagining. What do you guys think of that location for our main belt? I think that works pretty well. Sorry, I need to like stare at it for a while to kind of like get the feel of it. Looks good? Yeah, I think so too. I look back. I guess what we can do is start with actual platforms that we're going to build the belts on later. Following the outline that we just did. Suicidal hover pack missions. It's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. This is fine. Maybe mock up some machines? Yeah, we can like outline some stuff. Let's see. So this is going to be escalator lifts. Escalators are going to be a pain for this. I guess we're gonna work with them. Right, the Mach 4 and 5 we built from aluminum. I doubt getting the machinery in place will be half as difficult as the logistics. Yeah, I think the logistics is going to be the worst part. Because we're breaking the main factory down into all of these smaller subcomponents, getting the machinery in place will be easy, right? Like we just pick a good spot and we're like, okay, we built out a little something here. We built out a little something here. And the largest thing that we have is 40 machines, which is really not that much at all. So I'm not super worried about that. Let's go back to the spreadsheet real fast. Where did I put my spreadsheet? There. So I want to do some math on like how many different resources we're going to need conveyor belts for. There we go. God, it's gonna be a lot. Why am I not signed in? Okay, guys, look away. Look away real fast. I need to sign in. Don't look at my computer. Don't look at it. It's secret. It's the wrong account. Gosh darn it. Shit. I have 6 different Google accounts, guys, and I have only regrets for having that many. I will let you know. Okay, we're back. There we go. Look at the sheet. Can we do unique? Is there a way to do unique and get text only? Sort of. Sort of. Unique. Google Sheets are tricky. I heard a Badoop. What was the Badoop? Okay. If I do text, it's just going to convert it into text. That won't do. And we transpose. Why am I on the wrong keyboard again? That'll do. Okay, so can you do count if unique? Oh, you can't. Can I do that? No. I'll just manually count. Okay, so 2. Anything that has resources above 780 on this, we're going to need multiple conveyor belts for, potentially. Unless it's not in the main factory, right? So we have assembly director systems, supercomputers, electromagnetic control rods, stators, steel pipes are probably going to be made in the main factory. Steel ingots are going to be shipped into the main factory. So we're going to need 2 conveyor belts full of steel ingots, right? Because 1200 needs 2. Hey preferred soldier, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. You came just in time for some spreadsheeting. I'm doing a count of how many different resources we're going to need. For the iron ingots, let's see. So these iron ingots aren't going to be in the main factory because they go into the steel ingots. Do we need iron ingots anywhere else? For iron plates. The iron plates are also going to be made off base. So those don't need to be shipped in either. So I don't think we need any of the iron ingots on base. Definitely don't need the iron ore on base. Supercomputers we already have. Yeah. Spreadsheets, the rarest resource in Satisfactory. Absolutely. Never seen those before, right? Adaptive control units. Computers. And AI limiters. Wire. How much wire? 900 wire? Is that what it says? 3,000 wire. I probably shouldn't transpose here. Okay, supercomputers, wire, 3,000 wire, all of which is going to be made in the main factory. So that's going to... That's so much wire. Holy shit. That's going to require a couple belts. 780 is what the Mach 5 belt can transport, right? So we're gonna have 5 belts full of wires. Then batteries. That's not that many batteries, that's fine. The computers aren't that many, neither are the electromagnetic rods. The stators are just a couple. Yeah, I really think it's just the wire and the cable that's going to be huge here. I'm gonna take a look at this. So the quick wire is going to need 2 belts, minimum. 2 belts. As will the cable and the wire. Other than that, I think everything should be solvable with a single belt. It's very manageable, actually. Generally, I think instead, besides the wire, this is a very manageable build. It's just that the wire scales grossly, because it is required in so many resources in such abundant quantities. But other than that, it should be fine. Okay, and then what else do we have? I have the stators here, the steel pipes, wire, AI limiters, we got quick wire. For which we're gonna need 2 belts. And then steel ingots are going to be shipped in, for which we're also gonna need 2 belts. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Battery starters, limiters, steel pipes, wire, coal. Coal goes outside. Coal does not need to be shipped in. Quick wire, copper sheets. Need a belt. And if we're making... quick wire in the main factory, we need the caterium ingot shipped in as well. As well as some... as well as some copper ingot. But only some of it, not all of it. Or all of it. We need all of the copper shipped in. Yeah, we need copper for the alclad sheets, which we need shipped in. Where's the other one? J38. Right, for the wire. Okay, yeah, we're going to ship all of the copper ingot in. So we're gonna need 3 belts for copper ingots. One for the caterium ingots, okay. The computers... Can we sort this alphabetically? Okay. Computers we already have. Circuit boards. We need 1 for. And then 1 each for rubber and plastic. Okay. Seems fine. We already have the wire covered. We have the batteries covered. Sulfur? Do we need sulfur shipped into the main factory? Let me think about that for a second. Sulfur goes directly into the battery, so yes, we need it shipped in. Sulfur. Then we need 1 for aluminum sheets. Alclad aluminum sheets. And 1 for aluminum ingots. The ingots are going to be produced outside the main factory and then shipped in, so we don't need any of the scrap or anything like that. All of the bauxite, the coal, the water, that's all going to come from outside. All of this is going to be outsourced. We already have something for the adaptive control units. Automated wiring. Automated wiring. We need 1 belt for, and then 3 belts for cable. It's gonna be a lot of belts, I'm realizing as I'm doing this. So the center part is going to be the most complicated to build, for sure. Okay. Then we have heavy modular frames and modular frames. I think I had a total of 5 different facilities to get the last high-tech parts made. Nothing left but project parts for me now. Yeah, I can imagine having 5 separate facilities for this. I mean, that's basically what we're doing here, right? We're building 5 smaller sub-facilities and then connecting them all into one large thing. But, or I guess we're building more than just 5 even. Heavy modular frames and modular frames. Okay. Modular frames. Reinforced iron plates and iron plates are going to be shipped in. Reinforced iron. As are the iron rods. This is the part of our factory that we have already completed. The iron rods and the iron plates. Partially completed anyways. Then encased industrial beams and concrete. It's going to be shipped in as well. Then we have the magnetic field generator and the versatile frameworks. Magnetic field generator and versatile frameworks. So much stuff, holy shit. Versatile frameworks. And some steel beams. Do we have those already? Steel... No. Steel beams. Okay. Then we have nuclear spaghetto. Nuclear pasta. And copper powder for that. That we're also going to ship in. As well as the copper ingots that are... Okay, we could produce copper powder in the factory, which requires 1,200 copper ingots. Should we do that? I realize now that I didn't include that here. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, if we ship in copper ingots... No, it's kind of stupid to be shipping in these copper ingots when we could just ship in the copper powder instead. So much more space efficient. Because otherwise we need to add another 2 belts, and this way it's just 1. Sorry, it'll be 3 versus 1 belt. So we're gonna make the copper powder off base. The pressure conversion cube. Infused modular frame. Pressure conversion cube. And we don't have fused modular frames yet. It's going to go in there as well. Nitrogen gas isn't going to go on the belt. That's going to be a pain, though, to get to the main factory. I'm gonna need to do something for nitrogen gas though. You can ship gases, right? That's a possibility. Ooh. Then the radio control unit, the crystal oscillators. Radio control unit. We need to ship the quartz crystal. The quartz crystal in, but we do not need the raw quartz in our factory, so we're just gonna ship in quartz crystals from outside. Then we have some aluminum casing. Aluminum casing. So many fucking things. Jesus Christ. I'm starting to realize the size of the endeavor that I'm planning here. And it's hitting me real hard. Thermal propulsion rocket and modular engine. Thermal propulsion rocket. Modular engine. Motor and rotor, as well as smart plating. Do we have those yet? Motor, no. Rotor, no. Stupid smart plating. As much as I love Mac Miller, I think the music's a bit too loud. I can turn that down. Thanks for letting me know. Is that better or is that still too loud? Reinforced iron plates. These iron plates and iron rods are going to be made outside. I think we already have iron plates and rods. Iron plates and rods, yes. Still too much? Gosh darn it. Is that better? Seems very quiet from my end, but okay. Let's see, where were we? Here. Motor, rotor, smart plating, turbo motor, cooling system, and heat sink. I can't hear the music at all now? Wait, it's coming from my PC, sorry. Lol. I will turn it back up. Had a tab open in the background and started playing music, sorry. All good, all good. Yeah, I was like, this isn't Mac Miller. This is Super Mario. But I was like, maybe Wonder Wonka knows better than I do. Turbo motor, cooling system, heatsink. Turbo motor. I'm typing, but I'm not typing where I want to be typing. Here. Cooling system and heatsink. And then some water. as well as the nitrogen gas. A little bit of water. Ah, for frick. I think this is all of the things we need conveyor belts for. What's the stupid function? Hey, count A. That's the one. 61 conveyor belts, guys! 61! That's pure insanity. That's just crazy. That's so many conveyor belts. Sounds like there are some fluffy tailhawks in the background. Yeah, I'm hearing them trying to murder me. I am flying above though, so they cannot get to me, I think. They're just angry that they can't. I've done all the spreadsheeting that I needed to. So... we may as well go back to the game. So 61 conveyor belts. What's a good way to set them up? Like... eight times... like an 8x8... if I do 8 lines of 8 conveyor belts each, that would be one way to do it. Or 16 times 4. Or I do 4 and I make them 16 high. The more surface area on this setup, the better, because we're gonna want to divert resources from it, right? Which is the hardest part of this, is that we need to be able to take the resources we need off the conveyor belts when we need them and be able to put them back on. For which we need the conveyor belts to, like, be on the outside, right? Otherwise we can't divert resources from it. Okay, I'm going to go over there where I have some space and I'm not on a cliff. Where are my power lines? There we go. And we're gonna try this out. We're gonna see what that looks like. Okay. Can you guys still hear? Ow. What the fuck? Excuse me. Can you guys still hear the music? Or is it just gone on my end? All I hear is this annoying background sound that still hasn't left. Why is the music paused? Okay, it was paused. Music good like this? Okay. We'll do some testing here. So, we need to get 64 conveyor belts on here somehow. We could, obviously we'll stack them because we're not insane. Sorry, I've been lurking while helping set up the kids' first factory. Do not be sorry for that, that's amazing. That's a great dad thing right there. Woo! Squirrel raid! Welcome in, raiders! Hello, hello! Evergroy, thanks for the follow. Your matches, thanks for the follow. Duppy Pro, thanks for the follow. Hello! Jesus Christ! Is raiding with a party of 49? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. What have you guys been playing? Is this a Satisfactory raid? Is that exciting? Do you guys have the cutest emote? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Obviously, well, obviously, of course, the one and only game, am I right? We are currently starting our setup for the largest ever factory I've built, by which I mean the first big factory I'll ever build. And we're trying to figure out how to stack 64 conveyor belts in some way that is actually manageable. Ranji, thank you for resubscribing. Aw, that's like 5 months already. Aw, thank you. Also, thanks for the host. I appreciate that. Whoa, things are going crazy in here. Right, so we need to get 64, well, 61 technically, but obviously we'll round up just to like be safe. Conveyor belts in some manner that is nice to access afterward. So we can add resources and divert resources from the conveyor belts, and that's what we're currently working on. We're going to do a really fun, crazy thing, which I am probably going to terribly regret. And we're going to build it into this cliff wall. I don't know if you guys can see this, but where the power lines are currently at, this circle is going to be conveyor belts later. So this is going to be like the centerpiece of our big factory, where all of our resources are going to go onto this conveyor belt. That's just going to circle around there. And then we're going to divert resources from there to build the other parts of the factory. That's kind of to give you guys an idea of what's going on. Cash Bells, hey, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a hot second. How are you doing? How are you doing? It's so European of you to spend your time building a factory in a video game. Well, perhaps I am a true European, yes. No regrets there, guys. This is such a hella fun game. I was promised spreadsheets. We just came from the spreadsheets. Oh, guys, let me show you the spreadsheets. I'm very proud of my spreadsheets, so we'll show them off at any given opportunity. This is the spreadsheet to the game. Hold on, hold on. Where'd it go? There. So what we're trying to do is build all of the final stage resources, and we're trying to do it in 1,000 minutes. So we're trying to optimize for having 1 or 4 of the final space elevator resources per minute respectively. Shut in about 16 hours, everything is going to be done, and then we get that golden shiny mug. And this is kind of how that goes. So we start here with like 4 assembly director systems, and we've broken it down into the subcomponents and the sub-recipes that each of the components needs to get an idea of how much of each resource we're going to be producing in our factory. So the spreadsheet is quite big, as you can imagine, and I don't want to bore you by going through each of the recipes, but that is the spreadsheet we're working off, and we're going to go back to this occasionally as we're working. Yeah, so I just did the count here on how many different belts we're going to need for all of our resources, where I got to 61. So is this sheet future plans or an inventory of what you already have? Definitely future plans. Of this, we have approximately like, which section do we have? Like this here, and some of this already exists. No, all of this is future plans. We basically went from having just unlocked tier 7 and 8 to wanting to now upscale our factory, and I wanted to do it in a big style. So we're going straight to the big stuff. Let me thread you back over to the game. A giant to-do list. I love it. Yes, that's basically what it is, exactly. It is a giant to-do list. I have some stuff I can show you in a second. We've already done, which is like, we're going to have outposts for some of the resources, where we're going to produce like the ores and everything, so that not all of that is in the factory, because that would be a huge mess. And we've built one of those outposts already and kind of like have a design prototype for it, and it looks really, really neat, if I dare say so. So I can show you that when we're done with our conveyor belt setup here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're gonna be building a couple more of those. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, if I need something from like this middle conveyor belt, I'm absolutely screwed. How to do. Like basically I need space between each connected line of conveyor belts, otherwise I can never take things off it again. The middle. Yeah, like these can't be here. I need some space here to take things off the conveyor belt and divert it. So realistically, it's more going to look like this. Use the 2 whole walls. I am not sure what you mean. Please explain how to use the whole walls for this. I want my hover pack back. Give me power so I can hover. There we go. I mean, this isn't too bad. There's a wall with 2 conveyor holes. Yeah. But okay, let me show you what I'm imagining, because I think the thing you're suggesting will not work here. So this is what I'm imagining. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It will be more spread out, but it is room to split her off. Let me look at that. Let me look at wall. You're thinking of... Might not have those unlocked yet. I don't have those unlocked yet, but I know which walls you're thinking of. The thing is that... Oh no, let's check the shop. Yeah, I will check that when we go back. I think so. This is what I'm imagining. So it'll be 4 If you use the poles stacked, it will be a pain to split off them, much clipping or shifting over to split. Well, that's what I'm thinking. If I have splitters then, so say I have like a conveyor belt here, then I can have a splitter. Do you think there's a lot of speedrun potential for this game? There probably exists speedrun categories. Let me have a look at it. Gabber, welcome in! Evening, so are we doing the splitting from stacked belts part? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's some categories for the speedrun, but I don't think speedrunning is like a huge component to this game. It would be a bit of a pain because it is a very dense game. The record is just under 28 minutes to the first elevator launch. I thought for a second you meant the final elevator launch, and my brain just went like... I was like, what? No way! A lot of people do it. Yeah, so I think it's launch to elevator launch. Yeah, it's 28 minutes to the first elevator launch on update 4, which is going to be outdated soon, but it's going to be similar on update 5, I think. And then 2.5 hours to the second launch. And there aren't any launches for the third one yet, so we could submit all of our records here and call it a speedrun. Evil Stud Muffin has the 3rd place record. Is that right? That is right! He does. My personal speedrun time to the first package is 7 hours. Yeah, I don't know what mine is, but it's not 20 minutes, I will tell you that. I can post some screenshots of the stacked belt splitting thingy, if needed. You could. Gabbert, can you just tell us what your conveyor belt setup is? So I did some math. I ended up arriving at 64 belts, plus or minus a bit, that we're going to need. And I would like to figure out how to organize those such that I can split things off. I also have some crazy plans for the factory. You're going to hate them because they are design-wise really cool. Organizational-wise, horrible. They're going to start running for update 5 this week. Yay! That's awesome. Shebe, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in. I managed to get the final launch in 460 hours-ish. It was surprisingly fast. We didn't even try. Man, that sounds ideal. 460 hours. That's a lot. Yeah, but that seems like what it's going to take. That seems reasonable. Minus 5.5 hours to the first package, but that's skipping the tutorial. They don't skip the tutorial in the speedruns? Why not? That seems like it would be unnecessarily slow. I'd like your opinion on the conveyor hole walls for holding a main bus. I genuinely cannot imagine what you mean by that and how that would look. If you can... Are you saying that instead of using these thingies here, the stacks, I just use walls and then have the conveyor holes go through that? And then connect wall pieces like that? Is that what you're imagining? Ooh. Dum, 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 dum. That sounds familiar. That's the Breath of the Wild intro from the very first scene. Yeah, just use the walls instead of the poles. Because you're saying those have the right spacing built in, is what you're saying, right? The thing about that is, though, that I'm going to be building the bus horizontally and vertically. And I can't turn the holes that way, so I'm going to have to figure out a spacing for the... I'm going to have to be figuring out a spacing for it regardless, right? God, I'm already horrified of the vertical build. That's going to be even worse. Okay, so this is what I'm imagining, and then... And then over here on this side. So you're saying, Gabber, that this is too close, right? Vanilla holes are not really sufficient as they can only be built into every second slot vertically. There's a mod for conveyor holes similar to floor holes though, but not really vanilla friendly. Gotcha. I also have a link to a picture I used. Ooh, would you drop it in my Discord? Here, let me... Right there. Then I can take a look at it. That would be really awesome. The other thing I'm thinking is that I don't want to have walls necessarily, because I want the conveyor belts to be out, in the open, if that makes sense. Though I could use walls technically, I think that'd be possible. I've probably made the world's worst decision here. Oh man. Okay. So. Gabbard, tell me about how you do the splitting off. I got a notification. Welcome in, welcome in. You can drop it in the Satisfactory channel or the Factory Designs channel. Either works. So to split off here, I would use a splitter directly on the belt here, right? I don't see why I'd need more space than what I have here. Because if I then have... I don't recommend putting it on the belt directly. But why? When it works so nicely. Not just because of OCD reasons? Really? Are you sure? Because I can see how I could do this. Okay, yeah. Then I need more space. You're right. Because that's going to dent out from the splitter. So I'd need about one more thing of space. And that is to accommodate my extra OCD. Probably from both directions, so like that. And then it can come out. It looks straight, right? That's straight. Yeah, and then it could come out like that. Show me please the ring, I mean just one. That I'm designing a ring, right? Like it's this, but continued in a circle. And then diverted resources are going to come out the center like this and go below or above the ring. Like here, for example, I could then put in a lift. And boom, the resource is out. G-Fairy, thank you. I appreciate it. Water. That was deeply needed. Wall conveyor as main bus. Okay, I got your screenshot. Let me take a look. Okay, okay. But you only, it's kind of hard to see, but you only put like one belt per wall, right? Am I getting that right? Cash belts? Because I think I want to be a little more space efficient than that if I can. Just because the space that I've picked out won't allow me to make the bus quite that large. Ideally, it'll be smaller. Yeah, I have the belts only in every second slot. Gotcha. So this is what I'm imagining then. And that, yeah, because that was enough room to fit splitter and lift. Yeah, that makes sense. So it'll be like this. We vibing today, gee. That's nice, that's nice. All right. Not splitting anything, but just using them as connection points, extending the belts. Okay, okay. So you put, instead of the stacks here, you just put splitters? Is that what you're saying? And then you can always split from those? We could do that too, that seems fair. But that requires more space, doesn't it? Than what I'm doing. Because you can't place... let's try that. I'll be this, which I can do. They'll overlap with my current setup, but I don't think that's necessarily horrible because I'm not going to be taking stuff out of the center parts anyways. It's not the splitters you need the space for. Yeah, exactly. So that works too. But rather the splitting with the lifts. Yeah, but I think the setup I have right now should work for that. Okay, let me build this out a bit more. So what I'm imagining looks like this. Need some more foundation over here. Volcore not equally spaced? Yes, I understand. That is on purpose right now. Let me show you why in just a second. Also, welcome in. Trust me, if anyone has OCD in here, it will be me. So this is what I'm imagining. There'll be 8 rows of 8 stacks each. And then the conveyor belts are going to go... Place. Conveyor belt goes... For crying out loud, just connect. Okay, there we go. So the conveyor belts are going to go here, and then we're going to leave this much space in between them to have space to bring resources in and out with lifts, like this thing that I've set up here. Does that seem workable, or am I missing something really important? Skelly Cat, welcome in. Good evening, good evening. How are you? Looking amazing today? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I am feeling pretty alright. I'm a little bit sick still. I was sick this week, so I had to skip one of my streams. My stomach is still a bit upset, but I am generally doing pretty well. So this is what that would look like then, right? Just imagine it being fully filled. I posted a better set of images of the wall conveyor main bus I used. Okay, we'll take a look. Even twisted to go vertical. Oh boy. I see. That looks hella cool, I will say. Like, that looks cool in its own right. I think Gabba dropped the screenshot of the thing that we are currently working toward. Yeah, Gabbard, that is kind of what I was imagining too. In between 2 ring buses, 1 foundation is left between the 2 stacked ring belts, so there's space to split off with lifts even at the same slot. I don't see a good reason why I would need to split off at the same slot. Particularly if I do it like this, then I can split off like a little farther to the left or the right. Let me move this. But it is about the same space. Let me try this out if it is. Like that. Yeah, see, this doesn't work at the same spot. But what I can do is take it out of the stack. Damn, you're racking in the viewers? Ninja Dogs, welcome in, welcome in. How's it going? We got a huge raid just now, a squirrel raid. That is why our view counts are so high right now. But we're trying, you know. Thank you for the follow, person Beefaroni. Thank you, I appreciate that. So this is what I'm imagining, right? If I instead don't put the splitter on here, I put it a little bit over there, then I can put the lift right here. Boop. Get resource A out. See, I also need the resource next to it. Then I can just drop a splitter here. Build it out. Well, this was built a little too close, but you get the idea. Like that, for example. Yes, it's true what you say, but just imagine that for a manufacturer, you will need 5 splittings. 4 splittings, 1 merging. So it might be too stretched. 5 splittings, 4 splittings, 1 merging, you're right. But the chances that they're all in the same section are pretty small, right? Because all of our resources are going to be all over the place here. So it's the chances that it's going to be like this belt and that belt and this belt over here and this belt over there is much higher. Now multiply the space requirement with 5. Not sure what you mean. Can you clarify? I think this could work. Now, the next big question is, how the frick are we gonna go up or down with this bad boy? That's where the real fun begins. Because this is going to look like some crazy spaghetti shit. I'm imagining... You built 2 splitting examples and it was already way too big. What do you mean, way too big? Like taking up too much space, or? I think this is fine. So then this is what I'm imagining for building it up. What have you been up to other than being sick? Frankly, not much, Skelly Cat. We are currently on a nationwide lockdown here in Austria due to COVID. So what I do is I stay inside like the good citizen that I am. Sag. But yeah, I play video games, I do a bunch of art, do some drawing. I used to go to the gym, not anymore, unfortunately. I play with my rats. I have 2 pet rats that hang out with me sometimes, by which I mean every day. You can call me Skelly for short. Will do, will do. Skelly like the Skelly from Hades, or nah. Still not sure what this is for. Okay, so we're building a huge factory, and what we're imagining doing, let me clarify this for you, Brzezinski, is that the factory is going to have a central loop that is going to have all of its resources on it. We've decided on that because it's the most efficient way to move resources around that we could think of for the size of the factory that we're planning on building. Don't know what you mean. Never mind the reference then. It's a good game though. You should check out Hades. And so right now I'm trying to figure out how to get all of the resources that we're going to be moving through our system on this conveyor belt in an effective manner. That's basically what we're trying to do here. Does that make sense? Or do you need more clarification? I've probably said this before, but I love your color scheme. Thank you. I don't think anyone's ever complimented my color scheme so far. So I sure do appreciate that. I go off smelly cat from Friends. Ah. Okay, okay. You will have a lot of split offs. Okay, alright. Let me look at this. Okay, I don't think I can open that. Are you referring to the Discord thing that you posted? I don't have the app on this computer, so I can't. Oh, no, I got it. Yes? I don't see why that's a problem, though. Like, lots of split-offs, but I still don't see why that's a problem. Rather than progressive parallel deterministic branching? Yes, basically, rather than doing the kind of progressive stuff. Because this solution ideally would scale a lot better than what we currently have. It's not a problem if you're prepared for the size it will need. As in, you mean the whole bus is going to be massive, right? Yeah, that I am aware of. And I don't know if I'm quite ready for it. But, yes, the whole. Okay, yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. Then I'm thinking... the worst part here is definitely horizontal movement, which is going to be a lot less fun. And I don't think... Can we split on a horizontal belt? Like, can I? I can't put a splitter on a horizontal belt, so all of our split offs are going to have to come from the vertical. Skelly, thank you for the water. My brain is currently like fuming with trying to plan this out. What we could do is have a kind of mix. So go vertical, horizontal, vertical, then a bit horizontal, vertical again, horizontal kind of thing. Like tier it basically at the edges. So you can split off sideways with lifts and move out the items from the bus area either under or above the buses. Yeah. You can't split on vertical, but horizontal. Yeah, sorry. I get my verticals and horizontals confused. They're basically like lefts and rights to me sometimes. Beefaroni, thank you for the stretch. I will... Ooh, realize that stretch. Jesus Christ. Oh. That's making really fun sounds. I'm chugging water right now since I just got off Beat Saber. I have never played Beat Saber and it looks so hella fun. I want to. I really do. I think this is going to be okay. Guys, I think this is going to be okay. I'm going to hate myself for wanting to build this stuff into a wall. Like, I'm going to hate myself a lot for it. But if it's done, it's going to look so cool. So I'm going to do it anyways. Knots Jr., thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Guys, this is awesome. So many people in here. It's really, really good as a workout, I imagine. And you can just, like, you probably don't even notice that it's a workout because you're so into the game, right? It's one of those things, like when you play soccer or something with your friends, and you don't even notice that you're like drenched in sweat because, you know, you're having so much fun. I'm picky about music, so that is up and down for me. That is fair, that is fair. Okay, we're going to go make a bazillion aluminum sheets. And everything we need for a lot of conveyor poles. And then we're gonna do this. It's gonna happen, guys. Assuming you don't just move your wrist like a grandma or grandpa. No, it's like a whole body workout. You have to be in there, like fully. I imagine anyways. All right, I'm gonna leave this mess we've created here. We might get back to it if something doesn't work and we need to prototype a bit more. But let me take you guys back to my main factory. Somebody said I need to show them something. I have forgotten what it was. What did I promise I was gonna show you? I am intentionally overdoing the movements. I mean, it sounds super fun. That makes you feel more like a Jedi, right? While you play it. Box VR is great as well for a workout. I'm assuming that's for like boxing in VR, which sounds hella fun. I do actual boxing as a workout, and I can confirm it's very fun. I can imagine that it's also very fun in VR. I want to try Box VR, Blade, and Sorcery. Ooh. All of those sound super fun. Beat Saber is a dance. If you learn the dance, you can beat all the games. It seems so difficult to me. Like, my brain hurts just looking at somebody play Beat Saber, I will say. It's also a beat-based game with boxing targets coming towards you. Man, guys, I need to get a VR setup. That sounds like my kind of game. Okay, so we need like... Okay, this is my main factory if you haven't been here, by the way. Let me show you around. It's kind of... It ain't pretty, but we're working on it, I promise. You have to dodge a few attacks and hit others in certain ways, like uppercuts and straight punches. Oof. I mean, that sounds like just like my boxing training. Sapariopa? Yes, this is the spaghetti floor. The top floor is all about the spaghetti. I swear, I started out so good on the bottom floors. I built everything so nicely and so carefully. And then it just completely fell apart on the top floor. That's where I put everything that's like, I need this, but I don't really need this. And it's just spaghetti all the way, I'll admit. I don't even feel bad about it. I feel a little bad about it, I will say. But everybody needs a spaghetti floor, let's be real. It's only spaghetti if you lose track of it. True that, true that. There definitely isn't enough of it yet to lose track of it. So, no need to worry about it. Okay, we're gonna take this. I slowed this down a bit. I'm gonna move this back up to production speed. Yeah, there's so little of it. Like, look at this. Whatever. What was I doing here? Jesus Christ. Like, I feel bad just looking at it, but don't look at it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So much spaghetti. My OCD is going crazy. I know, don't look at this floor. This floor is the worst, and I am aware. I think I'll have to call it a night. Busy workday tomorrow. Have a lovely night, Wanda Wonka. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for modding for me. Thanks for making me wear not one, not two, but 3 pairs of socks at once. And have a good night. So noodle floor. Yeah, noodle floor. Don't judge, guys. Keep your judgment to yourselves. Everybody has a noodle floor somewhere. I know it. Okay, we're making lots and lots of aluminum sheets. I was going to put a storage container for those in here. We can move those out because we're gonna need a lot of them. This is nothing, it's barely macaroni. In my world, it's already spaghetti if you're not turned in 90 degrees. Oh, Gabber, you must hate this floor so much. Though I do turn in 90 degrees, most of it, so that's one thing. Oh yeah, socks. It would be a shame if someone... Yeah, it'd be a shame if anyone happened to... I have only spaghetti floors that taste so good. Ah. If you enjoy them, then that's all that matters, honestly. Okay, what else do we need? What do these require? Concrete. Let's grab some concrete and some more poles as well. That's like the least of my worries, though. It's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. We're fine. Ooh, I have so much concrete. I didn't know that. That's nice. Good. Why do I have so much concrete? Haven't I used concrete in like forever, it feels. Oh, I have enough? Not going to, though? Thank you, Ninja Docs. I appreciate it. I appreciate you not putting me through the torture of having to put on more socks, because I will tell you, 3 pairs of socks were so hot and so sweaty. How do you like the hover pack, by the way? It is life-changing. Like, life-altering, I might even say. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me in this game. I love it like I would love my own child. If I had. I don't have children, guys, but, you know, hypothetically, if I did, that's how much I would love them. I will string an unrelated conveyor across the top of lifts and not even care. Brutal. Fucking savage. I'm using shit tons of concrete right now. I'd imagine I will be too soon. Sorry, let me just drop some of this garbage off. I don't know what to do with all this crap. Not the Blade Runners? No, I like the hover pack better. It allows me to sorry, I just read that, Gabber, and I had to like interrupt my sentence to laugh out loud. I like the hover pack better because it allows me to hover above enemies. And since I'm doing a pacifist run where I try not to murder things unless I absolutely have to, it makes my life a lot easier. I'm laughing so hard at my own joke. Mommy, why am I called hover pack? Don't worry about it, kid. Don't worry about it. Huh? Are we out of? Huh? Oh? Oh, I'm out of the aluminum. Guys, we're out of the aluminum. Okay, maybe we didn't need to like super speed it up. Maybe normal speed was fine. Okay, that's a good bit of sheets. That's probably not going to be enough, but it's gonna be a good starting point. How are you finding Update 5? I absolutely love everything they did for Update 5. I am, in fact, deeply in love with it. I think all of the design changes were awesome, and I love them. So, great. I'm a huge fan. A kid named Blade Runner sounds cooler. That is true. That is true. But it's not my favorite. That's my second child, and it's my less favorite child. It's like, oh, Mom, why am I called Blade Runners _ don't like you as much? Okay, what I wanted to show you, I remember just now, is my outpost. Ta-da! This is the design for my factory outpost, which has iron production in it right now. And yeah, it's going to be upgraded with a train station on the left side still, but we have some space for that. Well, if Elon Musk calls his child like symbol. Yeah. Absolutely. We're in Europe, so it's called aluminium. Really? I guess aluminium. But I kind of like aluminum because it's shorter. You just kind of go like aluminum, aluminum, you know, aluminum. You're just gonna. Yeah, let me show you guys the ow! I forget that I can't always fly. God damn it. Now that I have the hover pack, I kind of act like I just have wings. And then sometimes I'm like, okay, I can't fly. So this is what the factory looks like inside. It's pretty smooth, lots of glass, lots of nice designs. Neat and clean. I will say every conveyor belt is off the floor. As you can see, so you can walk around in it. It's very nice and organized. It's not done yet, not fully, but that's what that looks like. Right now we're doing nothing with the resources, we're just putting them all in this awesome sink to get some coupons. OCD Paradise? I know. I try my best, I really do. Tiny Musk's name is Ash? Yeah, but it's spelled like somebody puked on a page. This is even approved by me. Aw, yes. No, wait, what is that? The last bit? That's just because I'm syncing it. Ignore that. Just look over here. Look at this part. What is that belt there? Yeah, just look at this part. This part is all the part that's done, and that part's nice. And this is just because I needed to, like, drop it all somewhere. Saparopia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Aluminum. Aluminum. Yeah, you can ASMR aluminum. Ooh, aluminum. No catchment box? Nope. Just straight up all of it into the sink. Because I have production for these things over at the other base, plenty of, so I don't need any of this. So I can just dump it. Every time I hear American pronunciation, I have to calm my British ego to not be a cock. Aluminum. I'm just torturing you now, am I? And guys, I'm falling. Oh, fine. Our factory even looks stylish from the outside and the top, which you can't really see here. Because I can't fly. I can only hover. Rip. We're going to set up better transportation for here as well. Grr. What's the other base? Ugly. We don't talk about this. This is the other base. This is where I started out. We have substantially improved since then, as you can see. We're learning. It's a learning process. Okay. Do we have enough aluminum sheets to get going? Or should we make a couple more? Let's make a couple more. Ow! Wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. This is a very dangerous tool for me, I will say. The chances that I'm going to accidentally kill myself with it are very high. Let's grab some of these, some of this. Just grabbing all this. All of the conveyor belt. It's fresh copper, guys. It's very fresh. Oh, I'm out of inventory space. So much garbage in my inventory. This is a jumpstart base, so it's fine. Yeah. Like, look at this cable management. It's a little... How do you miss the space bar? Because I thought it was the C. Because it's double C to stop it, and then not C to do it again. I think it should be double space bar to stop hovering. Which it isn't. Which is stupid, because that would make more sense. I have lots of complaints about that. But, never mind me. What was I gonna make? Why am I here? Guys, I have no memory of this place. I'm like that person that goes to the fridge and then just opens the fridge and is like, why am I here? What is happening? I was gonna make this. I remembered. It's all good. Inventory is full of trash, remember? Yeah. Let me dump some of my inventory trash out. Some of these crystals and this stuff, and like... I don't need the zip liners. I need this, I'm gonna keep that. I don't need that. Should be fine. Thing is, I also need all of the stuff that's in my inventory. Can't you rebind the key? I hardly use hover pack, so I don't know. Probably Drizzy, but I don't think I can change it to double space bar, right? Like, that's not a key binding. I might, because you're already mentioning it, I do want to change it to be shift instead of C, though. Crouch, left shift. And then sprint can be... Do I need Q for anything? I do. don't know. One can be sprint. Oh no, I can't read. Ah, what can be my sprint? Cap lock? Yeah, let's do that. It's going to be a lot of shouting now, but that's okay. So it wouldn't work setting it to space. Yeah, no, it wouldn't, because then I don't have a jump. Up. I wish. That would be cool, but that's kind of closer to macros than it would be. Okay, that feels so much better. Yep, that feels a lot more natural. And then... what did I set sprint to now? Caps lock. That's going to be on all the time anyways. I have crouch and control and sprint on shift. Crouch and control. Oh, that makes sense too. Something in that direction makes sense anyways. Conveyor belts though. Let us assemble some of them. Oh, I don't have any aluminum anymore. I forgot. Which of these is my copper hole? Guys, which of these is the copper hole? Okay, I'm gonna go with the sheets that I have right now. And if we run out, we're going to go back to our aluminum base and grab some more from there. Do I need anything else? I can use one finger for both if I do that. That's true. That's true. I might get confused though if I do that. You don't have any what? Sorry, I'm hard of hearing. Can you say it slowly? Aluminum. Aluminum. Is that what you meant to hear? Aluminum. I'm too lazy. That's all you're gonna get from me. Yum. You guys are a little crazy today. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's build some crazy shit, shall we? So slow. None of minimum stuff. Yeah, I don't have enough minimum. Ingot. Ingot. And we eat. I call it just alu. It's short. Everybody knows what it is. No fight over spelling. But I like to be controversial, Gabber. It'd be boring to just be not controversial. We're going to start with the top row, because that one is the straightest, I think. And then we're going to worry about the vertical movement at the end. Just call it al, that works too. I suppose that works. Alum is a different thing. No, it's alum. Alum. Call me Al. I want to go a bit higher. How many foundations do we say we need? 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Its official sign in the periodic table is Al. That is true. That is true. That makes it its nickname, I suppose. I can zoom, guys! No, zoop! I forgot. I completely forgot that zooping is a thing. Oh. Oh. Zooping is great. Oh, I forgot just how great it is. It is the greatest, one might say. Forgetful brain from too much aluminum poisoning. I just haven't built anything in so long that I forgot that that's a thing. Like, I've been doing spreadsheets and planning for so long that my brain just was like, I don't know what anything is and how it works anymore. It has been... The last time I properly used this was when I built that outpost over there. Oh, look how nice it looks from over here. And that was like... I don't know, weeks ago? Forever ago. Line building is nice. Area would be better. That's true, that's true. Cutesy name, I could take or leave. I think it's alright. Zooping is fun. Hard focus. I missed it, but did you figure out your bus line design? Yes-ish. So when do you start the Grant Mega Base? Right now. I'm doing it right now, Gabber. I'm here. I'm doing the Mega Basing. Are you even watching? Watch me Mega Base, bitch. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to call you a bitch. I was getting enthusiastic about the Mega Base, and then I kind of snapped there. I'm sorry. I'll take it back. This is it. This is where the Mega Base will be. Clipped? Shit. Should we go higher here? Should probably go higher. I think I wanted higher. Well, nah, don't take it back, it's fine. Oh, but I feel bad. I don't deserve to be called that. Ah! I've built myself in! There is no escape. Maybe one more. Are we doing the Mega Base right now? Right now, Ninja Dogs. Right now. This is it. This is the Mega Basing. But seriously, what is this? Which part of the Mega Base? That's the bus. I'm building the bus. Oh, Gabber. Oh. Oh my lord. Oh, you don't even know about the crazy plans I've come up with yet. Is this the ground floor? No. No, I have something way better. Okay. We need to go on a little excursion so I can show Gabber what we're doing. For everybody who wasn't here when I originally explained this too, let me explain some stuff to you that is going to probably hurt your brain? Question mark? But you'll love it. Just you wait. Mommy, pick me up, I'm scared. You better be. Oh, the ideas I've come up with in the last, like, 3 hours are... Time to consult the diagram. Right. No, let me show you the diagram. I made a diagram. We mega base, bitch. Thank you for the clip, Cash Bells. I appreciate that. I hurt my own brain with my own stupid project, so it can't be worse. You'll be the judge of that in just a second. Let me... Where's the screenshot? There. Where's my snipping tool? Where did it go? There it is. So this is the current plan. I thought building a nice floor and then building a circle on it just isn't good enough. So we're going to do this 3D rather than just 2-dimensional. And we're going to build the belt into the wall here. And then divert resources off it like this and up and up and down here. Gotta get vertical with them. Exactly, Brzezinski. I run a manifold system because load balancing be too much. I will do that too, Drizzy. Absolutely. I cannot be bothered to balance any loads. Anything I do is manifold, basically. Because I learned about it and I was like, oh, I don't need to do the math for it. I love it. You will regret this, lol. I know, Gabber. I know. But also, just if I get it to work, how fucking cool will that be? You're going to be jealous of it, I will tell you. And post it in Discord. Thank you. Cash Bells knows how to use the Discord, guys. Clappos. Anywho's, back to the game. Back to my regrets. So yeah, that's what I'm building up there right now, currently. That is also why I said that we need to have vertical movement available to the belts themselves and not just when we take resources out of it. I was also thinking about having a turn in my bus for no reasons, but I was like, hell no, I'm not gonna do that. Aw, that's boring. You gotta go with the crazy version. Why not? It's fun. I'll throw a stack of splitters and mergers at 60 per minute stack to portion it how I want. I have no shame. Oh, yeah, no, that is kind of what I'm planning on doing as well. No shame there. Just like, yep, this belt is now slower and that's how it's going to be organized. Done. Enjoy the reduced frames? I will. Thank you. I will. You gotta enjoy your chaos, guys. Otherwise it's boring. Brave to go crazy already at your first iteration? There's this saying in German that goes something like, only the tough ones get through. That is what I'm thinking here, you know? It's like you gotta do it. It's going to be the only iteration, right? Yeah, probably. I don't think I really have the patience for multiple iterations. 40 frames per second is a small price to pay for a factory that spins up in 10 seconds. I know, right? Imagine what this factory could do. Imagine how cool it will look. What the fuck? What the frick? Built a thing. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Betrayal. My current one is the second iteration and I already have ideas for the third one. Oh man. I mean, realistically, like, there's probably going to be more factories, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Maybe I'll start streaming something else. Maybe I'll become a Beat Saber streamer. You never know. You never know. Anything could happen, guys. Anything could happen. I'm going to start with the top of the belt. That's I think good for now. And for how ambitious our plans are otherwise. It's a good start, and then we'll work our way from there. So you want an exciting 9-dimensional bus, but you still build with the boring starter foundation material? You're right. I wanted this to be out of concrete now that I think about it. Have a good stream. I'm gonna dip out for sleep. Have a good night, Ninja Dogs. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, how do I concrete, guys? Somebody remind me how I concrete again. I'm not crying, you're crying. Materials! I know, but how? I forgot how to do it! There. Concrete foundation. Apply material to... Do I have to, okay, do I have to build and then turn into concrete? Is that how this works? Or can I start by building, I can't build concrete foundations, can I? Or am I doing this wrong? You can set your material before you build. If you can't have a parquet floor texture, it's not worth the trouble. You're right, Brzezinski. You're right. How do I do this? How do I set my material before I build? I think I'm doing something wrong. Go into the customizer. Okay. Ah! Uh-huh. Oh! Oh, I figured it out. I figured it out. Is that one thicker? Can I not have the 1 meter one? No, I can't. There we go. We like that. We like that a lot. I need to reskin what I already did. So to apply to the currently selected hotbar items. Gotcha, gotcha. This was eating my concrete like nothing. I fixed it, guys. I fixed it. Okay, we'll deal with the rest later. This takes 7 concrete a piece? Are you insane? Jesus fuck. That's a lot. Holy shit, that's a lot. I think this is the widest spot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did we say 4 or 5 or 6 foundations? 5. And 1 for walking. That seems fine. Just please don't paint the concrete to red or some other nonsensical color. No. Red is our factory color. The concrete's gonna stay white as is. Don't want to interrupt the waterfall doing its waterfall thing. Why is it so dark? I forget that it gets night in this game and I don't like it. We don't do that here. It already looks better. Yeah, no. We don't do that here. You're right. Guys, I think the rats are up and awake. If you want to say hi to them in a bit, we could do that. Who would be interested in saying hi to my little boys? Once we're done with this, I can grab them. Let's see, and a bit more foundation here, and a bit more foundation there. Okay, maybe not here. Oh, look at that. It looks really nice. With the waterfalls going through. I'm a fan. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Looks really cute. And this. Nope. I think this should be. Oh, we're out of concrete. That's fine though, because I think this might be enough for now. Guys, hold on a second. Don't move. Don't go away. Keep an eye on the concrete. It's drying. You need to make sure it doesn't do anything stupid. The rats are MMA fighting each other or prison break? Their cage is open right now. Everybody, meet Zeus. He's a good boy. Or prison breaking to MMA fight. Maybe. Look at him. You're a good boy, right? He likes to hide in my hair. Oh, yeah. Oh, snuggles. Snuggles and love. Aww. Cutesy boy. This is his new thing that he does when he's on my shoulders. He will just snuggle up to my hair and my neck. And sometimes nibble on my ear, which is really cute. Okay. That's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Stackable conveyor poles, am I right? Oh, now I can't afford them because I don't have concrete. Ugh. Alright, concrete run. I'm going to die. Don't die. Do not die. Let me... Why am I so slow? Can we speed? Oh, this is already max speed. I wish the hover pack was faster, going horizontally. That's my ear. That's my ear. Oh, that's my ear. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Ugh. There's a mod for that? Of course there is. Of course there is. I should start getting modded stuff in this game. Guys, look at it! It looks so cool! I'm into it. I'm already into it. Yes. Yes. This is going to be great. This is going to be great! I'm going to hate myself for making this horrible decision later on, but not now. Guys, not now. Later. In which direction are you planning to expand it? The right side? The right side. Or you mean, like, which direction I'm going to take resources out of it from? All of them. Top, bottom, left, right, all of them. It's going to be a nightmare. And I'm already excited for it. That is another question. Yes. Zeusy boy. Oh, look at the cutesy little tail. Okay. So much concrete. We're gonna take all of it. I shall take all of it. There we go. So there are the external lines coming in, which will be done with trains. And they need a lot of space. The train station is going to the right. Yeah, that's where we have the most space out of it. And I'm aware of how much space trains need. Well, not quite, as in I haven't built any yet, but I know that they need a lot of space, so I'm ready for that part. I am, however, going to call it a day here for today. I'm gonna keep doing this on Tuesday. Ooh, you can already see it from the distance! So cool. Look at it. Yeah, so over there on the right side, that's where the train station is going to be. Because there I have space to expand out as much as I need. Oh, I'm falling. We should raid Master Taco if you're looking for suggestions. Mr. Taco. Let me have a look. Yes, I am looking for suggestions. It seems that nobody is on today. Probably because it's Thanksgiving. Okay. Let me take a look at them. Ooh, it has that taco song. I love it. It's raining tacos. It's a great song. All right, yeah, we'll do that. Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you for all of the raiders who stuck around, hung out with us while we did plan for this crazy project. And yeah, if you guys want to drop by again at some point, feel free to leave a follow. I would appreciate it. I love you guys hanging around, giving me suggestions for how to do things better, critiquing my absolutely crazy ideas. Oh, look at him. Those tiny little handsies. Oh, sleepy boy. He's eating my hair. That's not for eating. Fingers are for eating. That is true. Yeah, I'm live every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I do not only stream Satisfactory, we also stream variety games on Saturdays. Right now we're streaming a Pokemon Uranium game, which is a fan game that has like nuclear Pokemon and nuclear explosions. It's kind of crazy and really fun. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 8 p.m. Central European Time or 11 a.m. PST, depending on where you're located. So drop by for that. You can also follow me on my Twitter down here, where you get upgrades, like, for example, that I couldn't stream on Tuesday because I was sick, unfortunately. Or my Discord. I will also post stuff that's relevant there. And lots of pictures of my babies. You're such a cutie. You're such a cutie. All right. Make some noise for the raid. Let them know we're coming. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your week. I will see you again on Saturday.